I think the most amusing thing to me about having the chat in sub-only mode is when people use the channel points to ask why it's in sub-only mode when they're not subbed, and it's like very clear. I wish Twitch would let me relabel what it says for what the chat is. Because it's very clearly not sub-only mode when the channel point method is there. Badass! Thank you for the 33 months. Good morning, good morning. Jareth, if you're still chilling, thank you for the almost 4 years. Hope life's treating you well. All right, we're gonna start with a little Cerebro action this morning. I'm gonna try Nico inside of Cerebro 2, because in theory she can pump these to 2, and then I also want to try something a little bit more out there with a Cerebro 6 variation with her, since her demon can technically enable another 6 thing. Let's do it, huh? I don't think I really want to try Elsa. From playing a lot of Cerebro 2, there's a lot of games where you want to play your Cerebros on, like... You play, like, Cerebro into Mystique on 3-4 quite frequently in this archetype, in my experience. Going on, Boar Hunter. Thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. If this is a neutral location, we'll storm the center. Or we could storm that one. I guess this will be awkward. If we lose the flip and the flooded ends up left, I'll be sad. I am in the wrong view. Thank you. We'll go Brood into Echo here. And honestly, I think I'm staying with the Brood into Echo. We have 2 draws at Cerebro here. And we drew an extra card, so there's a good chance we get there. Them hawking proactively is very bad for us. Probably dead. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think about that. Okay, we're dead here, but I didn't realize that the hawk on the turn that the flooding was here. I thought the flooding was still gonna close, but because the hawk effect is going on, it doesn't work, right? It doesn't actually close. Okay. Well, we're dead because we have Cerebro in our bottom 2, and the board's a little bit too clogged. If I would have played Blue Marvel, we could have Mystiqued into Blue Marvel and then had a real shot here. I think if I would have thought about how this was going to impact this, I think double Blue Marvel has a good shot to win this game after they Loki us. It's early. That's our first one. Getting warmed up. A demon. Well then. They're not Thanos, so I think I'm gonna sack Echo. I'll just draw our entire deck here, basically. Well, them demoning proactively means that I'm so confused. I was about to say them demoning proactively means that they can't really kill Mongrose. I guess it just means that yeah, I guess it just means that they're nulling. This matchup seems unwinnable when they have their strong Deadpool start.
Escaped.
What's going on, Fonda and Fancy? Thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. We'll spew cubes with this for a few, but there's a good chance Cerebro decks are still very much hot dog water. The stream's actually been live on YouTube all week. YouTube's just terrible at promoting the fact that there are streams on YouTube, so most people that follow the channel have not realized that. I'm gonna do 2 weeks on YouTube as a test, I've decided, but so far, it kind of looks like streaming on YouTube is worse for metrics than streaming on Twitch, than uploading it to YouTube after the fact. Nico being an extra way to clear troublesome locations is appealing.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Alright, we lost one flip. We won another. Oh, I guess this is actually fine for us though, right? Because we beat their Spider-Man. Okay, deal. There's a world where Wanda screws us here. Snap before it happens.
Victory.
Hey, welcome back, GOZ. Appreciate it. All right, we're on the scoreboard, Cerebro gamers. We do need to play some Elsa decks at some point today, so I can get my 150 gold. We'll probably try some. I haven't played Bounce post OTAs. We should get around to that. I assume it's probably still fine. Switch Goose for Elsa. I think switching Goose for Elsa is an incredible mistake. Like, that last game is a great example of why switching Goose for Elsa is bad, right? Like, where I played my Cerebro and my Mystique on turns 3 and 4. Like, that Cerebro, other thing on Mystique on 3-4 is something you do frequently in this deck, and you're never triggering Elsa when you do that. Healing, they full ignored the vault.
My hand.
Ha! So they potentially have my Echo here, and they have priority, so I think I have to spread. I think that they play her, they're gonna play her here, right? Alright, we dodged that. And unfortunately, because they took our Echo with Mirage, I can't play this and then Cerebro here like would be ideal. So I think we do this. And we're hoping to peel like Mr. Sinister for the last turn in the center. Our Cerebro split and variant are excellent. You are correct. Is 12 enough to win the middle? They killed their kitty to draw cards, right? No, they have two kitties. No, they killed their kitty. No, I think they're dead. Because we move this here. Yeah, this was they killed kitty. We got rogued and blocked by our own Echo and still beat them there. I think this deck probably has a solid Loki matchup. Yeah, Kitty makes it extra hard to track, right? Because Kitty disappears regardless. Hopefully they update it so the animation appears on your opponent's stuff. Not Thanos from our opponent. Those things are kind of chicken at the start of every game. Yep, sounds about right. Not sure if we're just not playing Luke Cage and Scorpion yet, or if this is going to be a Blue Marvel game. Kind of hoping to draw Storm. good chance Gamma Lab is... Honestly, I think this game is in a bad enough position for us. Or this is someone that we play some frequency. They play really slow. So I think we're far enough behind that I just don't really want to wait for them to run the rope down every single turn for the rest of the game. Jake's Revenge, thanks for the 7 months. Welcome back. You can and should hold your spotlight caches, yeah. Yeah, hopefully they update the interface stuff around spotlights to make it more apparent that you can and should be saving those for weeks where it makes sense to open them. In fact, the spotlight system is only better than the previous system if you are explicitly saving your things. I don't want to double our Nico. Some ongoing action here. Hey, IndieX Go. Thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. See if X Mansion gives us the business here or not. Storm in our top half is unfortunate. Well, the good news is it didn't matter if we had Storm. That's an interesting one, because it can screw with us, right? This is probably a Professor X scam snap, right? And then I'm gonna Goose here, and then we'll Cerebro here. Because no one can play in the middle. No, Skrull being Professor X is good for us, because Skrull being Professor X means that they can't play Claw here. And now Goose locks them out of playing big stuff here. I think we're good to go with the Cerebro. Oh yeah, that's true actually. Even if they could play Claw, they could. The Skrull would copy the Claw.
Victory.
Yep. Yeah, that's an insane run from your caches, Bartloo. Wanted Nico didn't have Phoenix Force, used caches and got both plus Loki. That's an insane rattle off. Goose, yep. Goose is a good lad. Good little cat. What's going on, Tubos? Good morning. Yeah, we were live last Saturday and had reasonable metrics, so we'll see if we can replicate that again today. Did I consider Elsa this deck? Yeah, Elsa's not very good in this deck. Elsa's only good if you're playing Cerebro and Mystique as your very last cards, and if you're not playing Cerebro and Mystique as your very last cards, she means you literally can't fill your locations in. Is it a snap? I genuinely don't think our deck is powerful enough to win this matchup consistently, so I don't think I'm snapping here. Like, I think just pound for pound, we can't keep up with this matchup would be my estimation, so... I'll wait on trying to draw Mystique here. Sure.
Victory.
Their deck didn't function and we drew Mystique, so we get to stay. They must be a weird, bigger build that's also playing X23, because Iron Lad's not typical in Destroy. Born to no one. Maybe Nightcrawler's a top 10 variant. I think it's an excellent variant, I agree. Yo, and Elsa's excellent, chat. Whatever these adverts are about to try and sell you. Thanks for hanging out. We're gonna take our first 2-minute ad break of the morning. We're gonna tool around with some more Cerebro 2 when we get back. Don't go anywhere. We got lots more snapping coming up today. I don't know that I ever really expect Echo to have a time. I feel like the current metagame is about as Echo friendly as you're ever going to get, and she's still pretty aggressively medium. Echo's like this one energy limited positional control tool for your opponents. Ongoing stuff. She's only ever seemed okay. Yeah, I mean, Cerebro 3 is almost assuredly good into Destroy. Destroy does not want to play against Shadow King, and even Killmonger Invisible Woman is pretty good into Destroy, because they're a Deadpool deck, right? Echo's the only card I don't own since she released. Wow, even a Howard the Duck Enjoyer, and doesn't have Echo. What a lost and forgotten child Echo is. You plan to continue streaming to YouTube for the foreseeable future if the metrics don't favor it. If my revenue on YouTube is the same with live streaming as it is with uploading Twitch streams after the fact, I'll keep doing it. But if it makes me less money to dual stream to YouTube after a 2-week sampling, I'm going to go back to doing like I did before and just ignore YouTube as a live stream platform. Okay. It is more convenient live streaming to YouTube because then I don't have to upload and wait for it to process after the fact, but I'm not going to make it marginally more convenient if it costs me money to do so. So we'll see. Zero Thanos so far this morning. That's what we get for playing a cute metagame card. Nico giving me the option to copy my next card. I think I'm gonna play her on the off chance we spike the Cerebro. Recorded, etc., etc. The other two locations are very much shit for us, though. Really needed to draw Storm here. Oh, I don't know that we are allowed to play the game, gamers. So we'll get as high as 8 in the center, which is not terrible in this matchup, honestly.
Opponent snapped.
I should retreat here, but I'm a fish, so I'm gonna stay. I will say it's annoying. I might go play the Proving Grounds, honestly, just because, it's annoying how many sweaty gamers we're having. Wait till the last turn to snap us in all of these games. And then Storm's actually perfect. Hi, baby girl. Good morning.
You rough with me.
Tell Declan to play nice or go upstairs and hang out with mommy, okay?
No.
Okay, you can chill.
Declan couldn't be nice to me.
Declan should be nice.
Jaden's not playing hotel. Declan's playing hotel with me. I want both of my brothers to play.
Oh, you want both the boys to play with you?
No, I'm telling them to play hotel with me.
Oh, they need to play hotel with you?
Yeah.
Do you have poop?
Yeah, then they have to put the ear right here. Then I ding wow. Ding.
Victory.
See? That's how I do it.
I think we might need to go deliver you to mom for a poop change.
No.
All right, gamers. We just hit an ad break, so I'm not gonna hit another one, but I need to BRB for a second to deliver the toddler upstairs. The snap regret. Yeah, we kind of crunched him, huh? BRB. BRB. Nico's growing on me in this deck. Extra Cerebro is not what I had really been thinking about. I was thinking mostly about like the draw and the +2, but three Cerebros over the course of the game is real nice. Index Go, by the way, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Jake's Revenge. Sorry I missed that one. Appreciate the 7 months. Discard Gamer. Did we snap on that? This has got to be better for us than that, right? Do I need the extra energy? I don't think so. Do I want 2 extra energy for next turn? Probably not. It's probably not needed. Yeah, sacking the Nico is better than sacking the Luke Cage. But I actually don't know that I need it, right? Like, looking at the cards in my deck, Echo's not useful on the last turn. I just want to draw cards and get down to Mystique, right? So I can Cerebro Mystique on the final turn. Oh no, is she gonna be our literal last card? Alright. This is another one that we needed Nico for, right?
Victory.
And I'm becoming a believer, gamers. It doesn't take a lot to sell me on Cerebro 2, to be fair, but I am becoming a Nico is optimal in here truther very quickly. Why Echo? Echo is good against Thanos and good against Spectrum. If you don't have Echo, don't spend tokens on her. Replace her with Iceman or your other favorite 1 energy 2 power card. But this is literally a format where Echo is at the best she's ever going to be. She's worth playing. If you have Echo in your collection, I think you should play Echo in this deck right now. Nico has to be the most underestimated card pre-release since Legion. I think anybody who was telling you Echo or Nico didn't have the potential to be very, very good based on how much text she has on her before she releases, probably someone you should be wary of listening to opinions of again. Because they don't know what they don't know. Okay, so I can lock this up with Storm, and then we could goose them out of the Onslaught Citadel with Null. Do I tuck this in here just in case? No, I'm just gonna goose now, because if this hits the copy or +2 mode, I want to go Nico Cerebro next turn. I'm gonna snap him back. I think Cerebro on Citadel's gonna win the middle, and then Goose wins the left for us. I guess there's a world where a big Venom and Deadpool could get us, but we'll see. That's literally exactly how we drew it up, right? And I even drew the Echo for Dark Dimension here. Gosh, I think we're staying, right? Because this is Nightcrawler to mid, Cerebro to left, Brood to right. Yeah, like they're Deadpool 16, but we're huge. And I'm a full believer, Chad. I'm sold. Dex real can't lose, says local man about to be killmongered. Alright, well, they're not killmongering us. 40's got to win the right? What a cunt. Just absolute roll their face across the keyboard, chucklehead. This is my surprise face as someone that likes the Weeb Shang-Chi is playing in a deck where it costs 2 points on average. The average Silk deck, I think, is usually an Alliath deck as well, so I'm just gonna go ahead and load the Broods up here proactively, I think. Just so we have points of power there. Opponent winning both coin flips immediately is a wonderful way to start the day. Yeah, we queued into this person earlier. They're another content creator slash grinder, and they are just one of the slowest rates of play you're going to find. I think one of the number one things Marvel Snap needs to redesign is the clock slash timer on both the ladder and the clock slash timer on both the ladder and Conquest desperately needs an overhaul. Marvel Snap is a game where it's designed to be fast as one of its core features, and the current timer does not remotely encourage or reward that. Oh my god, are they just gonna continue to win every single flip? Alright, they lost one finally. Overhaul how? Well, one, it's not my job to fix it. But two, in a way that makes it so it's not optimal to literally slow roll your opponent every single turn. So, I don't know what exactly that fix looks like. Like I said, it's not my job, but making it so it's not optimal to run the timer down every single turn in the sweaty competitive sense is the bare minimum to start. Some type of chess clock style system in addition to the rope each turn would be a very good beginning. But unfortunately, even with the Mystique here, I lose to Vision. I lose to Vision into Chavez, right? So Vision goes to here. They go to 10. They go to 19. And then Chavez is 11, puts them to 30. This is +8. This is +8. Can I lose the Nexus, win the game? Because they'll be at 30 here, and I'll be at 28, and the Silk will go here, and I'll be +7, and then I'll be +14. Yeah, I think this is lose the Nexus, win the game if they move Vision, play Chavez. Which should be their best play, I imagine. Because the big house here in the center prevents them from Alliathing me mid. Was basically what we set up. Alright, so it's not Chavez, so what do we got? They have a rogue here? Is this rogue plus something else? I haven't seen rogue inside of this movers build before, but it's a very common tech card at the moment. What a weird stay. That's the thing about people like rope every turn, right? Like, imagine roping every single turn, and then you don't take a second to count the easy, obvious play. They say so you don't have Mystique. I guess it's just for one more cube, but like I'm never staying if I don't have Mystique, right? And word, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. We are a Thanos deck here with no stones. We may or may not be a Cerebro 4 deck this game, we'll see. Good. We could just rattle off draws off the top of the deck here and play those out. Cerebro 4 is the top 5 Cerebro die. That's true. I'm going to play Mystique in the center for now, because there's a chance we're just punting that. It's not a location we can contest. Looking to draw Brood plus anything else basically here. That's probably the game. Now I have to play Luke Cage. What if I do this, actually, and then it gives a good chance of taking priority for me? And then I can Echo plus Blue Marvel on the last turn, potentially. Kinda like it. Is this local man about to be Eliath? Yeah, I think we got a shot here, gamers. I think because it looks like we're full on the left, they're more likely to play there. Oh, I was wrong. Okay.
Inevitable.
And we were covered regardless of which side they played to because of the echo, right? Even if they would have put their 10 power left, we would have smacked them.
Victory.
Someone asked earlier, how do you play around locations like Wakanda Embassy with this deck? That's part of the puzzle. It's part of putting your cards down. There's games where you get Wakanda Embassied and you just don't play any of the cards that were buffed, so you could still be a Cerebro 2 deck. And then there's other games like this one where like that was originally my plan and I had to pivot midway because Soulstone meant that I needed to play Luke Cage. It's all about adjust and adapt. Playing the Nico Phoenix deck, and I've been loving every second of it. Yeah, it looks solid. The X-Force is a super fun archetype to play. I was skeptical of what we were doing when we first loaded this up this morning, but I'm slowly becoming a believer the more games we play here. They're Thanos. I'm just gonna queue up an Echo. Part of me wants to snap them, honestly. I think I'm vibing on Echo for now. Will I need to draw 2 cards more than once? I might want to be able to pump Cerebro later. Let's do this. If we could find a copy of Cerebro here. Maybe I should have waited. This is the copy one, right? I have cloning vats. Maybe I should have chilled and just waited for, maybe I should have just played Brood. And waited for the +2. Oh, Professor X gamers, chat. They only know how to do one thing. Derp, derp, slam. Oh, I should have played Luke Cage instead of Goose. They are not pleased with themselves.
Victory.
Old Scorpion. I'm used to the Dream Dimension. I just kind of restrict where they can play their big things too. Probably dead. As we find Cerebro, maybe we're fine. Well, I was gonna say I want to play this here to contest it, but we can't. I think I want to only play this. This way, if I draw Cerebro next turn, I could go like Cerebro into Brood here to contest their Dream Dimension. All right, where's your blue marbles so we can just leave? Yeah, this deck would love to be able to play Mobius. Shadow King would be nice too. Hopefully they decide to nerf one or both of those someday. So we can selfishly have them for our baby. We'll probably play some more of the Zero Nico deck at some point today. Looking at the stats on Untapped, it's up to over 100 games logged and has an over 60% win rate. That's going to be one of my Jeff's Picks recommendations in my best deck video coming out later today. I think the core is quite good. Replace Barrage for. You probably play like Jeff or Mobius or another generically good two energy card. I think I'm just getting rid of this. It might be right to get rid of Monster Metropolis, though.
Wind, aid my hand.
You. Yeah, punished, said. The weather. The good news is Loki isn't that good against our deck. So keep in mind their Jeff is only a 4. What if I double Cerebro and then try and grab the Monster Metropolis bonus? Because 9's enough to win the right? And if we lose the Monster Metropolis bonus, these being a total of 9 on the left is probably good there. Yeah? I don't want to move Nightcrawler because then if they slide their Jeff right, I'm tied 6-6 there. Assuming this takes the Monster Metropolis bonus. Because remember, if we end up with the Monster Metropolis bonus on our Broods, it means we won't have the Cerebro bonus left or right. So I'm like banking that we'll either take the Monster Metropolis bonus and win the center with that, or if we lose the Monster Metropolis bonus, we'll win here. Okay, and that's basically what happened there, right? We tied and then we won the breaker. Yeah, Scorpion did some numbers that game. He took one off of Mirage, Loki, and Jeff. I'm officially a Cerebro believer. I am 100% a Nico belongs in Cerebro believer. I'm not sure if I believe Cerebro 2 is competitively viable. So, I think if you're dead set on playing Cerebro, I think you want Nico. But I don't know if I'm yet at the point where I'd be like, yeah, you should play Cerebro 2 if you want a competitive deck, if that makes sense. We've not played Cerebro 6 yet. We're gonna play this deck for another half hour or so, and then we'll mosey out over to that one, I think. I guess I drew Luke Cage, so I don't actually have to do this, huh? also a Broodtamer. Okay. That means we kind of need to draw Mystique. Pre-recorded, etc., etc. I would be snapping here if we were playing optimally. I'm trying to get a feel for decks. I just want the games to play out both for content and to see how their power levels line up. So I'm explicitly not snapping here as a choice. For life forever. Thank you for the almost 5.5 years. Welcome back. We get like Rogued out of this game, I guess. Enchantress out of this game. Just a Silver Surfer certainly ain't gonna do it.
Victory.
All right, gamers, it's about that time. We're going to take a 2-minute ad break. We're going to play this one for one more segment when we get back, and then we're going to move on to our next deck. Thanks for hanging out, Don't Go There. We're going to play a few different things today, at least. How has Echo felt in this deck? I think Echo is optimal in this deck, given the texture of the current metagame. However, I do not think Echo adds enough value that I would recommend spending your resources acquiring Echo if you're missing her. So, happy to have her if you incidentally have an Echo from previous poor decisions. But easily swappable for Iceman or another cheap 1 energy play if you don't. Yeah, optimal but replacement level is, yeah, that's a good succinct way to put it, Duck. I got her in a single spotlight. It was good gambling. Seems quality. Bum, 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 be-dew. Yes, if you're on the YouTube side, you're hanging out, please tap the like button on the stream. That's a thing. Currently 70 people watching and only 24 people have pressed the like button. One thing that's also really interesting, it's been amusing seeing the cultural differences between people watching on YouTube and people watching on Twitch. People watching on YouTube have such, like, short attention spans on average. When we take the scheduled 2-minute ad break on the Twitch side, we actually don't really bleed that many viewers. But on the YouTube side, we consistently drop off like 20+% when I hit the insert ad button. Just like bounce along to the next thing. Do you feel about buying Hitmonkey? I don't think any... That's not, I was just saying, I don't think he's optimal anywhere that's good. But he's good in Sarah. If you want to play Sarah control, Hitmonkey is a fine pickup. I think he's a meaningful upgrade to that deck. His Cheerios not good. The metrics on Untapped for Cheerios post Elsa change are not inspiring. I would love to draw some cards. Mother of God. What's on, Mervin? Thanks for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate the support. Anecdotally, I've been having good success with Cheerios still. I think, as my best decks video is going to highlight here later today, the format looks incredibly open. You can mostly play whatever you want, but that doesn't mean there aren't some things that are currently performing better than others. Spodes gamer. Alright, so there's certainly an Alioth deck. I'll play out Zero Energy Echo. I don't think so. I have 3 spaces on the board.
Wind, aid my hand.
Then we move Nightcrawler middle. Actually, I probably want to do this actually, right? Because their crossbones is mid, and they're gonna play something else mid that's big. Oh wow, they're not. Okay. Oh, and I guess my sequencing here means that Silk stays mid, right? I think this is fine for us. Do I lose to Alioth left? I lose to Alioth left, right? We crush that. Yeah, we'd have lost to Alioth left because of the Silk in the middle, but big stat stick on the right. We get to just get the triple here. Nice and clean. Storm, thank you for the brand new tier 1. I really appreciate the support. And Pain Train, thanks for coming back for the 10th month. Good morning, good morning. The Strange Academy means they can cheat this into here, stuff into here, but I don't want the Forge to give them free collector points, so I think I'm getting rid of the Forge. Nico has been very good in this deck. She can give us Cerebro +2. She could copy a Cerebro. She could draw 2 cards. She could remove a location at random. She does a lot. The Chainsaw Beaver, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Good morning, good morning. Why is it every time we place someone in the top 100, they just run the rope down to just like the maximum possible? It's so obnoxious. It's like, what is wrong with these gamers? think I'm gonna play middle and just count on Nightcrawler plus Storm winning the flooding here. Their deck probably can't play there. Yeah, the Strange Academy can move stuff in. But my 2 cards here are 12, right? I guess I'll Blue Marvel and Chance getting into here just in case I need more than 12. So because the Loki and the Nico went right for them, we're kind of coin flipping against this Jeff, right? Probably gotta go. Oh, Storm plus Marvel does go to 14, doesn't it? My math is wrong. I don't know why I thought I was going to 12. Alright, I lied. Screw it. YOLO. If they had put the Jeff right, we would have tied. Yeah, if they had Jeff right, we would have been 14 to 14. They're up 8, we're up 8. Cute. All right, gamers. We're gonna try something new. It's a Saturday stream. We're trying new things. My best decks video just got sent over to me from the editor, so let's watch that together on stream here and see if the viewer count tanks or if that's something we should do periodically. Because I want to double check and make sure there's no typos and stuff too. And give you all the sneak peek before it goes live on the YouTube channel later today. Let's do this. Our recent Over There update hit the largest number of top performing cards we've basically ever seen in Marvel Snap, sending the format into a little bit of a topsy-turvy. You're going to note that this is the longest best decks video I've ever posted, and what you're about to hear is a lot of words. It's going to kind of tell you you can play most anything in this format, and the rest of this video is going to run you through exactly what that most everything encompasses with a whopping 13 different deck lists. While there's a handful of deck lists that we're going to start with here that are the most popular based on the untapped.gg infinite metrics so far, none of the most popular decks that I'm covering have the strongest performing metrics. We'll get to those immediately following, and the decks that do have the strongest performing metrics really aren't head and shoulders far away from anything else. This is very much a developing metagame situation, and we're probably going to be rehashing another one of these videos in about a week or so once things get to settle a little bit, if they could settle with a patch and a new card release just around the corner. All that being said, let's get to it, shall we? The singular most popular archetype on the Marvel Snap Infinite ladder per the untapped.gg metrics right now is just classic Destroy. This archetype was competitive and popular before the OTA changes happened, and it wasn't playing Elsa, Angela, or any of the other cards that got adjusted, and Marvel Snap's latest release, Nico Minoru, slots really eloquently into it. This particular list that I have on the screen right now is one of the higher performing and the most popular Destroy lists. Noteworthy that Nico has slotted into this deck where we would typically see something like Taskmaster or Arnim Zola as a way to double up your Null or a big Venom at the end of the game. I would be surprised if this is necessarily optimal, but things need to be worked out whenever a new card gets introduced to an existing archetype like this. I think this is definitely a great starting point if you're looking to jump in and blow things up right now in Marvel Snap. The second most popular deck, trailing behind Destroy by a small margin, is the Thanos Prison variation, still leveraging Elsa despite her downgrade in the recent OTA. The true strength of this deck definitely comes from the fact that Psylocke as well as the Time Stone allow you to play Professor X as early as turn 4, locking down a path before your opponent has a chance to fully play to the board. We then follow up that first prison element with
prison
things
is
that can
misspelled
move around the board like Jeff and Vision in tandem with Goliath to lock the opponent out in a game in a very deterministic manner. This deck list is also choosing to leverage Marvel Snap's latest release, Nico Minoru.
We're gonna watch the whole thing and check for typos, and we'll let them do another draft.
Does have good strong synergy with the Infinity Stones that Thanos provides. Our third most popular deck list is another Thanos list, but it tends to play out a good bit differently from the Prison list since it's not playing cards like Jeff, Vision, or even Goliath. This deck list is looking to leverage Spectrum along with a plethora of ongoing cards to power up your board in tandem with things like Blue Marvel and Khazar. While the sample list that I have on your screen here includes Series 5 cards Jean Grey and Iron Lad, I think you can substitute those two for other ongoing effects like Mr. Fantastic and the Claw and still play this deck to great effect on a little bit more of a budget. Our last deck in the popular category is just a classic discard list that is likely popular right now because Hellcow was buffed in the most recent OTA, and this feels like the most natural place to include it. Now, Hellcow's big stat, along with discarding mass cards, can allow us to bin things like Apocalypse and Swarm and Mobius and even Dakin's Shard to double up his power. The core strength of what this archetype brings to the table, for those not familiar, that it's very consistent at what it does game to game, while its weakness is that going into the final turn, it tends to be very face up on the table as to what exactly it can do. Your opponent gets to see when you discard things like Swarm or your Apocalypse gets bigger, so more skilled players are going to be able to calculate your output range and only stay when they're going to beat you while leaving when you have them beat. That being said, I think the raw power that this deck outputs is still very reasonable, and it has the stats in addition to its play rate to back up it being a fantastic choice in the current developing metagame. As we move on from the most popular to the top performing category, I want to make it abundantly clear that this is very much a snapshot of a developing metagame. All of the deck lists that we're going to be looking at are single-digit percentages, and the most popular variations of them only have games played in the hundreds as I'm recording this video. That being said, I think all of these deck lists have sound core ideas and are decks that if you pilot them well, you could find success with as the metagame is churning, looking for a best deck to inevitably come out on top. At the top of the top performing list is a deck list that I called out before the OTAs as being the best non-Elsa deck in my opinion, and that is the Zabu Darkhawk deck list. I think this deck is actually even better than it was before the changes happened now, because Darkhawk's ability to be large based on your opponent's deck size makes it a natural predator into the Thanos decks that are incredibly popular right now. Man-Thing has also come into his own right as being a metagame powerhouse with the more popular Thanos decks often eschewing to play Luke Cage, meaning Man-Thing can come down in one of their lanes with all their stones and often be double digits worth of stats for 4 energy as well. This deck list also gets to play a plethora of powerful tech cards. Shadow King, Rogue, Shang-Chi, and Luke Cage ensure that you're going to be very disruptive to whatever your opponent is doing, regardless of what their strategy looks like. And when we mix in stuff like Korg, Rockslide, and Black Widow, that not only serve to make Darkhawk bigger, but also disrupt the quality of the cards your opponent is drawing, you get a really potent cocktail of a fantastic deck. Our next deck list here is a testament to the fact that every single one of the cards that got nerfed in the over-the-air update this week definitely deserved the adjustments that they've got. Loki, featuring Angela and Elsa, is still just putting up pretty strong metrics. Oh, we missed on the Elsa change and the Angela. Okay, that was, no, we're gonna have to
once they get.
We're gonna have to redo this one for sure. We're gonna watch it all the way through and make sure we catch anything else, but yeah, we'll have to send that back, both text boxes.
Dialed back in a little bit. They are still strong contenders in the format. Something that's exceptionally noteworthy here is that you'll note that my sample deck list does not include Nico Minoru. While the sample sizes I'm looking at initially here are on the smaller side, a trend that I noticed is that all of the Loki decks, including Nico, were struggling in terms of performance a lot compared to this deck list that is essentially card for card what was being played before the over-the-air update happened. While the core of these Loki deck lists remain similar, the tech cards, Mobius, and Luke Cage specifically, get swapped out for things like Cosmo or others, depending on what the person piloting the deck wants to tech against. So those are definitely the most customizable slots if you're looking to play this.
For our next top performing deck list, honestly, I almost want to skip this one, but for the sake of due diligence, I feel like I'm obligated to tell you that Galactus has good metrics. I fucking hate being right, chat. It's painful how right I am so much of the time. I saw this deck in the top performing stats and I was like, God damn it, I have to list it, but I hate that I have to list it.
On Untapped right now in this developing metagame, this Prison variation, Electro Wave into Professor X and Alioth as a backup plan to the Galactus game plan is performing very well. This is honestly a testament to something that the second dinner team has pointed out many times, which is the impact of most nerfs is largely psychological, and when cards get adjusted, players stop playing them frequently, even if they can still keep up. This is a deck list we see people coming back around to since we recently dealt psychological damage to Elsa and others, and players are realizing that, hey, this is probably still pretty good. Our next deck list is a tried and true classic that's consistently been putting up numbers again in a post-Mobius and Elsa world, and that is Sarah Control. Again, despite the downgrades to Angela and Elsa, Sarah Control is still playing both of these cards and putting up good numbers. If you're not familiar with this deck list, it looks to put stats into play with Angela, Elsa, Bishop, and Hitmonkey, and then it looks to disrupt its opponent with tech cards like Mobius, Luke Cage, Shadow King, and Shang-Chi, all made possible by the deck's namesake, Sarah, letting you play a big flurry of these cards in a way that's difficult for your opponent
Look at their text boxes updated everywhere.
Turn of the game. This big flourish on turn 6 also contributes to what this deck has in terms of average cube rate being high, because lots of players will be staying in games that they should otherwise be leaving, letting them get completely blown out for 4 and 8 cubes quite frequently. To the surprise of no one, a reduction in power to both Sauron and Shuri has not impacted the strong performance that this classic archetype has been putting up since these two cards were introduced to the game. Shuri into Red Skull into Taskmaster gets you lots of stats on the board, often protected by a copy of armor in a way that's difficult for your opponent to interact with. And I would argue that with the rise of Thanos and the recent buff to Spectrum, the fact that this deck gets to play Enchantress as a way to mitigate the downsides on Typhoid Mary and Red Skull also makes it better positioned than it has been recently, because Enchantress is also a very potent tech card into these opposing decks full of ongoing cards. All the folks bemoaning that Angela and Elsa were gutted in the most recent over-the-air will continue to be shown that they were wrong, as we have another deck list from before the OTAs happened that's still just being played and putting up strong metrics. It's really quite the testament to how deserved all these changes were, that these decks, after having numbers shaved off of them, are still putting up competitive numbers in the game. This mover Elsa's...
I was honestly shocked how many people, honestly shocked. Yeah, they're gonna update the PNGs, and Angela and Elsa will update everyone. So I see a link to this video. This will be up on my YouTube channel a little bit later. We're sending it back to the editor to fix a couple of things, like the Angela and the Elsa text box are old here, and it'll be up on YouTube probably in about 60 to 90 minutes. But I was honestly shocked how many people were complaining Angela and Elsa were dead cards after these changes. Like, they actually just never learn how frequently these cards stay playable after changes. Yeah, like this deck is what? We're like 6 nerfs deep at this point, it feels like. Like, Alliath, Elsa, and Angela all changed. This variation pairing Elsa and Angela along with Kraven has 3 powerful 2 energy plays that scale up as cards like Nightcrawler, Jeff, Silk, Spider-Man, and Vision move about the board. And then the strong finish that this deck has, having either Alliath or Doctor Doom in tandem with your cards that can move anywhere and everywhere on the 6th turn, makes it very difficult for your opponent to ever be better than a coin flip when they're trying to play into you. Our final deck list in the top performing category is Hela Living Tribunal. This deck list is looking to execute one of 2 relatively straightforward combos. The first is you play Invisible Woman, you put MODOK behind Invisible Woman, you put Hela behind Invisible Woman, and then at the end of the game, MODOK discards your hand, Hela puts them all back into play, and your opponent gets overwhelmed by the stats that they produce. The other combo is utilizing Iron Man, followed by Onslaught, followed by Living Tribunal, to have 16 points worth of stats that gets multiplied by 4 and divided by 3 across the board in a way that's going to be difficult for your opponent to keep up with. This deck list is one that tends to have fairly high cube equity because people often refuse to retreat in games where they're going to be deterministically beat by either your Living... Me, chat. I'm people. I refuse to retreat.
Tribunal plonking down, or your Hela flipping up at the end of the game. And thanks to tools like Magic, Crystal, Jubilee, and Iron Lad, this deck list consistently gets to see its entirety in most games to make sure that these combos happen again and again and again. Oh, good. You're still here. I know we've covered a lot with 11 different meta decks all vying to come out on top in this developing metagame, but one of my videos like this wouldn't be complete without a couple of my own personal pocket picks that I think are fun and pretty off meta to let you be competitive and catch people off guard. The first of these is my favorite Nico Minoru deck I've been playing recently, and that is this kind of Nico Good Stuff Zero deck that we have up here on the screen. The basic idea is that we have cards like Hood and Black Widow and Mirage that sacrifice to Nico to draw cards or turn into demons, and then we have other disruptive tools such as Luke Cage, Armor, Shang-Chi, and Enchantress to disrupt what our opponent has going on, while the small zero package that this deck provides with Lizard and Typhoid Mary give us some valuable stats to actually win lanes that our tech cards can't pick up. The overlapping synergy here is that both of our cards that we're looking to zero out periodically also get mitigated by Luke Cage's ongoing effect, so the deck has a lot of nice little overlapping synergies while also having an individually high card quality. Finally, I wanted to shout out the big Spectrum deck again. That was yesterday's deck highlight. If you missed that, be sure to check it out after this video. We threw this together, modeling it after the old Spectrum Destroyer deck.
This is yesterday's deck highlight, like I said there. I need to grab...
Has good metrics.
I need to grab a couple
For our
of
next top
timestamps here
performing
really quick.
deck list, honestly, I almost...
7.
One is depending on what the person piloting the deck wants to tech against. So those are deck lists remain similar. Professor X and Goliath as this has for our next top performer.
Need to grab a couple of timestamps here real quick. 7. 7:16, and then we'll get back to playing some games. So
still playing
editor's
both
going
of these
to
numbers again in a post, and players are realizing that, hey, this is probably still pretty good. Our next.
If you came in late and you want to catch that all after the fact, or you want to go back and reference it later for easy deck list reference, you can click back in the YouTube live stream or Twitch live stream right now. But there's some typos in there that the editor is going to get cleaned up for us before we put it up on the Hooglandia Snap YouTube channel. Our viewer count's in about the same for that. Thanks for people helping me proofread or running a little bit behind this morning on stuff. I'll play a couple more with Cerebro 2. We'll take an ad break here on Twitch, and then we'll play some Cerebro 6. And we'll get that done after the fact. Thank you to the people that were pointing out things that potentially got missed there. The occasion for the Saturday surprise. Drops are technically still going on, although metrics are falling off a little bit for that. And last Saturday, metrics were good. We're up to almost 1,400 people, so we'll see. If we break 2,000 people over the course of the next couple hours, I'm going to do a full all-day stream, but I'm mostly just going to let the numbers kind of dictate where we go and what we end up at. Flab, thanks for the subs and the sub gifts while we were there, by the way. Niv, thank you for the 5.5 years. Hemingway, I appreciate the sub gift. Samuel Gamer, thank you for the brand new primer. Okay, that's not terrible, because I have Mystique with Blue Marvel here, so like my hand's like pretty reasonably started. It's like a weird lottery where we're hoping to see our own B tier deck get highlighted. Yeah. Numbers drive Hooglandia to a degree. I don't know if we're capable of beating a Mojo, gamers. I'm only gonna go up to... We're up to 20 here. So they're at a virtual 12. Yeah, we're only getting to 20 when we fill here and double Marvel. So they could move Jeff, meaning any 6-power thing beats us, so definitely time to go.
Escape.
I didn't have a Nico deck for the missions today, but the Nico Zero deck did really well. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, the Nico Zero deck actually has really solid stats with more Hooglandias playing it. When I checked this morning, it had an over 60% win rate with over 100 games played, post-infinite. It was definitely the best performing brew we played yesterday. We'll play. If we end up doing a longer stream today, we'll play some of that, but we're going to start with some more new decks this morning. Was the video order literal ranks on Untapped, or was it ordered by preferences? I was asking because I was surprised to see Shuri that low. I can't emphasize enough I cannot emphasize enough right now how close in stats basically everything in that video is that I highlighted. They weren't identical to exactly how they're listed on Untapped, because I kind of sorted them so I wasn't like stacking all the Elsa decks together and stacking all the Goliath decks together, but they're all within like tenths of average cubes of each other. Yeah, the video's not out yet. We caught a couple of typographical errors, so the editor's fixing those up, and they're going to re-export it to us. So it'll be up on YouTube probably in the next hour or so, because their export takes usually half hour or so, and their upload to Google Drive to get it to me typically takes 10 to 15 minutes, and then I gotta download it, and YouTube's gotta process it. Echo left makes Solo not a shoot. Yeah, it's probably a free roll. It also lets me control where things go with Sinister London until I move Nightcrawler. The opponent, that being said, the Venom Human Torch deck probably isn't a null deck. I don't know that I'm super concerned about that. Oh, I actually didn't realize that interaction, that this doesn't count as fully played when this spawns off of Sinister London. That's very interesting. Which Cerebro is the best right now? I assume it's Cerebro 2 or Cerebro 3. Neither of them had particularly good stats on Untapped for what it's worth. That's not the Cerebro I wanted for Christmas, chat. Retreat later, gamer. They might stay just because our hand is so weak. No play on 4 was not a show of strength. I've completed pool 3. Does that mean I'll start collecting series 4 cards in collector's reserves? Oh, my sweet summer child. No. You do not start getting series 4 cards in collector's reserves. I'm currently subscribed to the tier 1 and I want to use my Prime sub as well. Is there a way to switch it, or you have to end one to start the other? Yeah, unfortunately, you can't use a Prime sub in addition to a paid sub on a channel, which sucks. It's Edge. Do people in Series 3 still get spotlights? Yeah, a big part of the spotlight system was making it so people who weren't Series 3 complete yet could get access to Series 4 and 5 cards more regularly. I might storm Elysium, we'll see. So the brand new Prime OG and Dan Bode, thanks for the 7 months. Yeah, I think especially with the Nightcrawler draw here, I'm gonna go ahead and just get rid of Elysium. I think at this point it's gonna benefit them more than me. Are they getting rid of Oscorp Tower as well? Are they like also a storm deck?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Oh, sure. I think we're bailing out of the flooding. Forcibly so. Hey, Skizzer, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I think I just also do this, right? That way if I draw Blue Marvel. Cerebro just did here. I probably messed up when I guess Blue Marvel would have let me win the game, huh? If we'd have drawn Blue Marvel, we could have beaten Chavez here. But we didn't, so we can't. I probably should have gotten rid of the Elysium on turn 2. Waiting till turn 3, let them get a little bit too much advantage off of it, I think. And they didn't draw Chavez. We might also get a retreat out of them here since they lose to Blue Marvel. Yeah.
Escaped.
All right, gamers, it's about that time. I'm gonna take a 2-minute ad break. We'll be back. We're gonna check out some Cerebro 6 when we get back. Head to the kitchen to really get baked. BRB. You lost rank with them also retreating. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button on the live stream. Thank you. Yeah, remember your visible ranking is impacted not just by you climbing up and down, but it's impacted by other people's actions around you, right? So like while I was playing that game, other people close at MMR to me gained MMR and jumped past me. You think Chavez makes move better? I haven't. From a pure theory perspective, I'm not convinced, but I also haven't played that deck enough. I don't know. All of the top performing move decks include Chavez, but I'm also not sure that there's people playing it without Chavez at this point. Put Cerebro 6 in the title. I don't put the deck names in the title anymore because I always inevitably forget to change the title when we eventually change decks, which leads to confusion and people actualing me. Yeah, it's nice that people retreat, like people kind of care a little bit at the top and actually use the retreat later function. What's the over-under on downgrades coming back at this point? I'm honestly getting a little tired of trying to defend Second Dinner. I'm just gonna tell you I don't know at this point. Once upon a time, Second Dinner promised us that they were definitely coming back, but their silence on the topic has been deafening in a very unfortunate way. So, hopefully they're going to keep their promise. It would be the first time they've point-blank lied to us. But we'll see. They keep just saying nothing. They haven't figured out a solution that makes them gobbles of money. I don't even know if that's directly... I don't even know if it's money related so much as just decision paralysis related, Precipic. Because, like, every time they've updated the economy, they've monetized what you need to do to get cards less and less. So I don't know that it's fair to say that they're just trying to figure out how to money grub, because if they were money grubbing, they would have just like left it expensive to acquire cards. Well, that's sad. Hopefully that one goes away.
Enough said, bub.
I guess if it doesn't go away, I just won't Nimrod. We were gonna set up Nimrod here, but obviously we're not doing that now. My queen? My queen. Do I want to miss a draw? No, because I want to draw Bucky, right? And I can do this now, which lets me move Spider-Man 2099 to the left and blow something up.
Enough said, bub.
Sure. Beat destroy deck. Beat destroy chat. Deck's busted. This person's sweating in the proving ground, so I'm gonna give them a silver ticket. I wanna just play my deck against different things, so I don't really want to sit here and play 800 games against destroy. I want to just like throw this noodle at the wall against a bunch of different things and see how it feels. Obviously, Bar with No Name was a little instrumental in letting us win that last one.
Opponent snapped.
Let's see Cerebro 2 of the best decks video, Riot. Yeah, don't lie to you. Oh, there's no Luke Cage in this deck, gamers. Yikes. Yikes. All right, we'll cut the Green Goblin for Luke Cage.
Escaped.
I think Zola is just too hard to set up because it like requires me to have like an open Nimrod path. It's probably too narrow. Hope we discover the secret 2099 deck because his Art is too cool for him to not be in the game, right? Yes, cats, I have boosters, but not quite enough credits to ink my barrage. Save it up. Want to make all our Justina variants pretty eventually. Scardian, thank you for the 31 months. Welcome back. Just like put Luke Cage in our deck and immediately queue up into the negative zone too. Something I've talked about is I think the stealth nerf I would like to see to Luke Cage is I think all 3 of these locations that give negative power should all be bumped up 1 rarity probably. Maybe sewer system could stay where it is, but like Necrotia and negative zone should definitely appear less frequently than they do. Yeah, Jotunheim too, probably. Agree with that. That's a 4th one I forgot about. Okay, and then we'll draw Nimrod next turn. So we can go Nimrod into Carnage Cerebro.
Clear for takeoff.
Negative power location is a downer for any deck. I mean, yeah, they just like, you like have to have Cage, right? A Forged Cookie, thanks for the brand new primer. They also keep adding destroy locations, kinda. Alright, we'll let them do their Odin stuff, I suppose. Wolfsbane gets to a 36 in the middle, so even if the cats all went where we needed them to go. Oh, they were guaranteed to have at least 1 cat left, right? Yeah. I think this deck was the high, when I was looking through Untapped stats last night, I think these Odin variations was the most played deck with the worst stats. If we could give a category to that. Maybe in future best decks videos, I could have like a wall of shame at the end. Like, don't do this. I feel like there are just as many locations that help move decks. Ah, yes. Those Human Torch Vulture Dagger decks that are famously metagame powerhouses because there's so many locations that help them out. Oh dear Twitch chatter. Oh dear Twitch chatter.
Opponent snapped.
I'm gonna take a mulligan on the monster island into my.
Escaped.
We'll snap them on one, but I wanna have it be in a game where I'm not getting monster islands.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Green Dimension is also not stellar for us. So I don't want to put him here. Oh, yikes. Okay, well we gotta play that out so Sakar doesn't happen, huh? That was reaching through the monitor and smacking you in the face levels of sarcasm. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I guess it's just this. And their alliance gone, and this is the stopping ground. I think we do this 23 bid. This much here. Actually, maybe we throw this here just in case they move the vision. Keep them honest. Honesty jumped.
Victory.
All right, we have a corrected video from the editor. It is uploading and processing on YouTube as we speak, so people that missed. Hey, yo, Woody. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad the raids have been beneficial for you. Gamers, if you haven't been here when we've raided Yo Woody recently, be sure to tap the heart button over their thing at the top of the chat there. They are making a lot of great Marvel Snap stuff. They are regularly in the top 50/top 100 of the ladder, often playing some off the beaten path stuff. So if you want someone that's both playing the game at the high level and periodically throwing noodles at the wall like you see here, be sure to poke on over into their stream when they're live later on. The Elsa Zoo deck. I don't have the Elsa Zoo deck in my deck editor anymore, Aztec. There's only 20 deck slots. I had to clear all of them out to build Nico Minoru decks. You have Nico and Iron Lad in your shop. Who gets your tokens? I assume your statement implies you have no spotlight caches, right? Gosh, it's a tough one still. This is my favorite card in Marvel Snap now, chat. But it's also worth noting that Iron Lad is not data mined to be in Spotlight caches again this year, and Nico's coming back in December. But that's also 2 months from now. I think Nico Minoru is the most fun card they've possibly ever put into the game. I like her a lot. But I also would not fault you for spending resources on the other one. Alright, I'm gonna play for Asgard. And then we'll... Oh, they're changing that, sure. Is Nico your new card girlfriend? Chat! Don't be a fucking gamer. Don't have card girlfriends. It's fucking cringe. No, she's not my card girlfriend. She just has an amazingly dynamic range of spells and spellbooks that lets the play patterns be neat and varied. C808. Thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Beadsy. Thanks for the almost 4.5 years. Oh, are they a Mr. Negative deck with an awkward draw? They look like a Mr. Negative deck with an awkward draw, huh? We'll go Nimrod plus Bucky here, and then we'll Carnage them up.
Wakanda forever.
We do this, and then we could spike Carnage next turn, or we're spiking Cerebro next turn. Either way, good for us. We know they have the Zola, I suppose.
Wakanda forever.
We're gonna die to an Odin, but it's the snapping ground, so like, come at me, bro. We've played against 2 Odin decks in 3 games in the Stomping Grounds. Is this the part where I suggest it's the only deck that now exists?
Wakanda forever.
That's how this works, right? Yes. With a sample size like that, how could you be wrong? Exactly. How could you be wrong? So obviously we've gotten out-lineared by an unpopular deck, right? But like, these types of games are a good example of why when you're working on a new deck, you shouldn't be hyper-focused on the specific results in the games that you're having. So like, I don't think a deck like this is ever going to be competitive into that Wong Odin deck, but like I mentioned earlier, the Wong Odin deck has really mediocre metrics when you look at it. So what I'm like looking to get a feel for in these games when I'm trying a new deck idea early isn't are we winning or losing, it's is my deck having functional cohesive draws. And like that last game, right? Like we cobbled together a draw that put like 50 power onto the board in a kind of dynamic and interesting way. A sample size of 1 is plenty. Who needs 3? Making the real points. Remember when White Queen was a format staple, chat? It's been so long. but 84 years at least. Boo. Boo. If I just play 2 things, we beat Goliath, right? No, that's not true. Yeah, I assumed they Goliath mid. I don't think I should have done the counting out loud, but I don't think there was no way to split it so we win, right? I guess if they Goliath here and I play the 6 here, they lose, right? We were always a coin flip. The Cerebro didn't matter because they were up by 5. So I needed my 6 power thing to live. So if we would have had priority, the Nimrod would have been a guaranteed. But we were flipping a coin, the Swordmaster into the Goliath, and we lost the flip. And what's going on, Philly? Good morning. And naturally, if you want to know how incredibly unlucky I am, the first best decks video with the typos in it uploaded and processed instantaneously, and the second one with the fixes has now been caught in YouTube processing purgatory, so it's gonna be a fucking minute before I actually get to publish it. Trash platform. What about Cloak in 2099 to split the lanes? I still lost the game, terrible gamer. If they hit the Swordmaster, it's the exact same. The Cloak was worth 4 and the Cerebro was worth 4. It was identical. Your editor isn't in trouble, is he? Gamers! I'm a very reasonable person. Mistakes happen. They are not in trouble. I'm annoyed at YouTube being poop, not my editor for making a typographical error. Littlest of deals. It's not the first time we've gone back and forth and had to make corrections to things. Definitely won't be the last. People are human and all that jazz. I want 12 in the middle. He'll give us 12 middle and 23 right. We just don't contest the maze. Oh, that's annoying. I think calling Goliath worse than Galactus is a disservice to how terrible Galactus was, but I agree with you that Goliath is not a pleasant card that I want to see more of. I assume the real Mysterio is middle here, so the danger room didn't matter. Wow, it wasn't. Is that a tie? Tie. We tied because of the danger room. Rip. All right, we go again. Yeah, I agree with that Precipic as well. And honestly, I've talked about this too. I think a lot of the problems that Goliath creates in many ways are the repercussions of not just Goliath, but like, I think Professor X is a card I want to see change more than Goliath, if I'm being honest. Like, oh, it ain't my intern, sorry, opponent. A lot of Goliath's strength is related to being able to limit where and how your opponent plays the game. And the card's a lot less good when your opponent can play to all 3 lanes. Psylocke over Luke. No, I think not putting Luke in your Cerebro deck is a big mistake. I also think Luke is just, like, too good in the format in general. I would like the record to reflect it's certainly not optimal, but for the sake of the gamers, I'm gonna cloak Spider-Man 2099. Is cloak here just for 2099? You could technically also put Niku's +2 onto the cloak, so that way he's a 6 power thing. But yes, in general, it is there for that. Superman 2099 hates Squirrel. That's true. It's in his part of his backstory. Never met a squirrel he didn't want to off. Oh! They said it couldn't be done! Shang who? Look at that, chat. Our Monster Destroyer has 6 points of power. Shiggity Shrek, get fucking wrecked, gamers! Whoo! Fat 2099 dubs. All right, the best decks video is posted. The real MVPs are the people who go and give that a thumbs up and some watch time despite seeing it here on stream already. Appreciate everybody that does that. Glenn is so happy right now. This is the Spider-Man 2099 deck Glenn warned you about. I want to live in a world where Spider-Man 2099 destroys a card each time he moves. Yeah! That's how most of us expected him to work when we read him initially. I was very disappointed that he doesn't work that way. He's such a cool character. And he has a cool effect. I just wish it was better. Ooh, we're creeping up to 1,700 viewers, gamers. Are we going to do a full stream today? I was thinking of bailing early, but we keep creeping on up. I have to do a full stream. His animation is superb. Agree. Copy in the next card they play. Just play Bucky for now. If we find a discounted Dibron, I would like to go Dibron into Carnage here. Didn't snap. Copied their Elsa. Mobiused us out of the Elysium. Take your silver ticket, bud. Go ruin someone else's day. Fist bumps back for non-proving ground snappers. Could 29 be okay as a 3-3? I mean, as a 3-drop, it's obviously much better. A significant part of why it's awkward is it's real clunky, right? It's a less accurate Shang-Chi that gets a couple more stats, but getting a couple more stats isn't really a worthwhile trade-off. Just hands a 10-0 Proving Ground Sweat a Cheerios deck. Gross. Gross, gamers. So I don't know that I want to clone the hood. Seems not great. The Forge plus the Vats is actually a little awkward. Hands are gonna get a little gummed up here. No, actually, let's go Demon Cerebro. And then next turn we'll go Bucky Carnage Demon. Finally insert. Do I play for here now? I'm gonna get another 4 over here up to 25. That's probably enough, right? Got me. All right. I mean, we both forgot to snap. I know it's the last turn now, but let's see if we can communicate with emoticons. No! Alright, fine, we'll go next. Shout out to the 60 people that poked over to the YouTube side and tapped the like button on the video. The other 1,500 of you who haven't managed to do that yet, I'm starting to believe your significant other when they tell me you can't find the button. At any rate, it's time for an ad roll here on the Twitch side, so if you're looking for something to do while we take a quick 2-minute break, be sure to check out that YouTube link. Catch you in a minute. All right, we found a couple of silver tickets with this deck. Maybe we'll take it into see if it can run its way up the Conquest ladder a little bit here. Decks for Werewolf by Night being good in? I don't know. Bounce is one potentially that he could be good in. The bounce decks have a lot of on-reveal effects. And being able to reposition your big card around the board to duck things like Shang-Chi and Shadow King will be a meaningful decision to make. He could be good in Surfer. I don't know that he'll be good in Surfer. I guess if you only trigger 2 on-reveals, he's like a 3/7, which is fine. Yeah, it could be good at a move list, too. Jeff, you had me at bounce. Listen, chat. Here at Oaklandia, all new cards get tried in bounce and Moon Girl, okay? That's just where we go. Every time I talk about Werewolf, everyone has overlooked the ability to pin it down with a tech card. Woody, I mean, you should know from watching a lot of top streams that, like, most of the people that are playing the game at a high level, they don't really try and innovate anything, right? Like, they're all so afraid to lose rank points that they don't want to try anything. Like, we had what's potentially one of the biggest OTA shakeups that's ever happened in Marvel Snap, and most of the people grinding towards the top are literally just playing the exact same piles they've been playing for the last 2 months. Zap Brannigan, thanks for the over 3 years. Welcome back. And Rodriguez, thank you for the 3rd of a year. I had KM stream on the other night when you were chatting it in. I agree with you that I think Darkhawk is being undervalued / appreciated by people towards the top. You know what, honestly, fuck it. Let's snap on 1 in silver. We all got too many silver tickets. Alright, gamers, we have Cerebro 8 deck now. Then if the demon sticks here, we'll probably stop playing into the danger room. Call it good enough. Hitchhawk, thank you for the 5 months. I was wondering why I got an ad, and then I realized I needed to use my Prime. Thanks for choosing to re-up that here again. Puts a couple of bucks in my pocket. Nebula, Ant-Man. Some kind of weird Kazar deck that just doesn't have other ones. Because normally I see Ant-Man, I think, ongoing right now, but Nebula's not really an ongoing card. They are ongoing. Weird. All right, I guess we'll do this to make another 8-power thing, and then we'll hope to draw Cerebro and just play like Swordmaster Cerebro. Nimrod, rip. And I guess we just spread out and play for all of them, huh? Oh, Spectrum right beats us here, right? Rip. Lost that flip. This was Spectrum buff, one of the game, huh? If she was -2, we'd win the breaker. Put it. Unfortunate game for us. No Cerebro, no Luke Cage, Wakandan Embassy. Sometimes that's just how it goes. The Claw. Yeah, it was still pretty thin margin. We could have won the flip with the Spectrum there at the end. You know what? I'm just gonna continue playing Silver like it's the proving grounds. I don't think I expect my opponents to always snap me back, but there's plenty of Silver tickets to go around. Stock discard does have incredibly good stats. Cleverly did not have any 6-power things in our hand when the embassy happened this game. LOL. What a weird timeline. Let's see if expansion gets us. Bounce deck for the opponent, maybe? Sunspot's throwing me off, though. Pretty even expansion, all things considered. When you say the claw, what is it in reference to? Toy Story. CO Twitch, thank you for the 62 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. There's a weird Spectrum variant. Oh, they juked us. GG, opponent. Oh, shit! Oh, they got us anyways. Rip. I got so excited for a minute that they forgot about Echo. Everybody forgets about Echo, chat. We were playing Echo in Cerebro 2 earlier, and our opponent played their Professor X just right into it. This is very funny. Hey, it snapped me back, so I'll play on another 4-cuber here and be happy about it. She does not have an effect like Cosmo. She probably should, based on the amount of user error she ends up in. Rude. Jovu, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Good afternoon. Ooh. I was gonna say that's a lovely pull, but it really doesn't accomplish a lot for us, huh? I don't really have good draws left in our deck. Do I do this? And then do this, and then Cerebro Mystique? I guess? That's like the play to win line, I think. Oh, we're gonna lose the breaker again, chat. Because we're tying the right. No, we're gonna win the right. Then we go to 20, they go to 18. Sick. When Carnage your monster is the winning line. That's the most fun part about playing weird decks like this one. Is when you're like, do things like that end up being like, yes, this is the route we gotta take to victory. It all kind of came together. Like, the White Queen was part of it. It's like, not remotely how we drew it up, but we cobbled it together. Oh, hey! Is the person who was here earlier asking for the Elsa Zoo deck, are you still here, by the way? Because that's 100% what our opponent is playing, is the Elsa Zoo deck. We played something almost exactly this earlier this week, before the OTA change. Someone gave them a necklace already. Good. Carnage is feeling a little iced out. Nico's demon mode is really good. Yeah, for sure. Our opponent is currently experiencing a hostile workplace environment. Can I get a fact check from the Marvel nerds in the audience, by the way? Someone earlier had said that Nico not being able to get into the Hellfire Club was a flavor fail because she's like in charge of it or something. Is that accurate? Does that reflect reality? I don't expect them to be able to compete for the middle. This should be good. Yeah, they feel super dead. My sixes are 9s, and my 4 is a 5. We're gonna vibe on the hood for a second, because Nico's 33% to get a spell that I would like with that. So, in Cerebro 2, when we were playing it with Nico, I like snap off copying Cerebro at the first possible chance. But I don't know that copying Cerebro is actually all that useful in this deck. You want to copy the demon? That's a good shout. Ha! I really don't love the latest Angela variant, if I'm being honest. I'm glad other people do. I might pick up the Angela Collector's Tokens Ultimate one. That's supposed to be coming soon, but I don't love the new 1200 gold one. Yeah, I'm aware on Clintar chat, but we're already, like, thoroughly over the limit, so, like... Yippee-ki-yay. They could armor the rickety bridge is noteworthy here, so I do need to play hard for Hala. Forgot to snap on turn 1. The bridge sounds lovely. Is this the secret good 2099 deck? We were talking about that earlier. Probably not, but, you know, boy can dream. Armor the bridge would be smart. Yeah, but I don't think they can armor the bridge and win. I don't think they can beat 6 on the bridge with armor and win this one here. They need to put 7 into here while also playing a card here. I don't know, maybe they can. They do have double Khazar and Elsa, I suppose. But they also just might not have the armor. It's like armor. Yeah, they got us. This is a 1-drop. GG. It's like silver. It's so hard not to think your opponent's ghosting in a spot like that, where they go like over me by exactly 1 and they lose to literally any 6 power thing out of my Cerebro 6 deck in the middle. I don't know, probably just a lucky beat. It's Silver Conquest. Most people wouldn't care, but it's so easy to feel sodium there. Happy Saturday, come eat pizza. Appreciate the almost 5 years. The number one thing I always try and tell people is that on any stream, my own included, most of the time when you hear the content creator complain about getting stream sniped, they're wrong. They're just salty. They lost a game of Marvel Snap and they're letting it out in that fashion. Sorry about it. I feel like, I think it's a good thing that the button eats your snap when you click it, but I also feel like my idiot brain desperately needs like this visual pop-up when my button press gets eaten because they snapped. Because I constantly forget, and I'm like, wait, why aren't we going to the next turn, game? It's like, we're not going to the next turn because I'm an idiot. Got it. It all makes sense now. Yeah, me too, Holy Cats.
Wind, aid my hand.
So we know they have MODOK. The question is, do they have Dracula? Can I contest the flooding? I could just hard punt the flooding. and do this, and then next turn we go Swordmaster, Cloak, Demon. I think I'm gonna do this, and they're gonna play Dracula middle. They have a Wasp in their deck? Oh, they have a Swarm. That makes sense. Okay, so Apocalypse plus 2 Swarms is 18 here, or 20 here. So we actually just have them covered then, right? Because this is 21 here, which covers Apocalypse, and this is 18, 22 here. Yeah, actually, just good to go. Hey, Tio, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Decision to throw the middle, super rewarded here.
Victory.
I'm not familiar with that one. Holy cats, no.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
It is Saturday. Saturday all day. For anybody that's new dropping by, you're not super familiar with my content. I'm not usually live here on the weekend. Typically here Monday through Friday during the week, but doing some extra hours with drops going on. And so those are wrapping up here in a couple of days. You got any gameplay footage from your #1 pick in the video that I can check out? Not until Monday. Because Sunday deck highlights got canned for not being popular enough, unfortunately. And I wanted to put the best decks video out beforehand. Before I did that one. So Dracula. I am gonna get to put a Nimrod into the middle. We're in a very good spot here now. I get to do this into Carnage, blow this over here, and play Swordmaster. I'm playing the Nico Zero list with Forge over Mirage with any other better options to replace her. Forge sounds fine, honestly. Okay, so with this line of play from the opponent, I think I actually want to do this. Just play for both sides. Actually, the biggest they're playing is a Chavez here, right? Which is 15, and this is 16. So we'll do this to hedge the Quantum Realm to play for all of them. Yeah, if you want to dig through the stream archives on the other YouTube channel. They're technically in the stream archives, but that takes some work. Oh no! Coin flip. Oh, we lost the flip because I put the cloak on the left. Oh, I forgot he loses the Quantum Realm bonus, so we're good? Okay, cool. Easy dumb. I was thinking the biggest they could play here was 9. I didn't realize they could play these two. It's good to think about. Lady Sif buff looking relevant there. So I don't expect our Cerebro 6 pile of cards here to be a meta breaker anytime soon. But I will say it's a testament to what a reasonable spot the format has come around to. In this, at least, flux state that we're in, that I can play this deck and not feel completely embarrassed. It's nice. It's nice to be like, yeah, this is certainly something we can do. When Cerebro 6 starts failing, the meta is failing. Something like that. So chat, Marvel Snap metagames are a lot like going out to dinner when you have small children. It doesn't have to be an especially good meal, but if you just walk away from the experience not completely embarrassed, things probably went above average. I would definitely recommend prioritizing saving your tokens for Series 4 and 5 cards you want. Because you'll incidentally get Series 3 complete eventually. And once you hit that point, the extra stuff you get in place of what used to be Series 3 cards is pretty minimal. You get, I don't know how long it's been since you took a break, but you get your choice of you get your choice of a Series 3 card every month now, which really helps things along a bit. I actually pulled for Sealy last night in Honkai, because I hadn't pulled her last time she came up. The Aliyah thing, babe? You said play right before Zabu. Yeah, things are a good bit different for them, man.
Victory.
But all my tickets pulling for the pig. Yeah, I played with the pig a little bit and decided I didn't really care for it. I have Silver Wolf and Fu built already, so Sealy pairs really well with those two.
Snap.
And again, I'm just auto-snapping on one in silver. We're getting towards the end of the season anyways, and I've got plenty of tickets. I know that's necessarily optimal, but it makes me feel happy, so we're gonna do it. Not be surprised to see them magic this. Oh, they're Surfer negative. Okay.
Opponent snapped.
Is drawing cards here beneficial to me? Oh, you know what I could do? I could go Deathlock into Nico And then we can Niku split the Nimrod next turn, right? Oh, and that's great too, right? So that lets us play for the Rickety Bridge. They need magic. If they don't have magic this turn, we should clean them up here with the Bucky. Niku is my favorite card in Marvel Snap. It's not particularly close at this point. She's just everything I want to be doing.
I am Iron Man.
No, Niku. Don't ask me how to pronounce the name, chat. You'll be disappointed. And words and stuff. Words and stuff in the English language. Hello, Mr. Negative. Yep. Wait, that's it? We win center and we win right, chat. Got him! X for the cubes! Alright. Before we take our next ad roll, I'm gonna set a challenge that I might regret. Our best decks video currently has 247 likes. If it can get to 1,000 likes in the next 10 minutes, that means half of the people here go click the button on it. I will take chat out of sub-only mode for the rest of the stream. So there's a little incentive for the people who are asking why can't we chat more frequently. If half the people currently watching this Twitch stream go thumbs up the best deck video, you can watch it too, but like there's a little incentive. The sub, and all of the subs just froze in place. All right. I want to run an ad roll. We'll be back in 120 seconds. You have nothing better to do anyways. I'm liking the video because I want to hear you yell at chat. Was that the first round of silver or the second one? Do we just get a gold ticket with this pile of cards? Ugh. We're a gold ticket gamer with Cerebro 6, chat. I wasn't taking notes during this deck because I was expecting it to be bad, but maybe I should be taking notes. Might have to go back in there and pull some games out for the old editor. Pythrion, thank you for the almost nice amount of months. Getting close, 68. These are the brand new primers, by the way. Chocolate Chip and Arrow Defer. There's a lot of great people you can send that to every month. Thanks for sending it this way. I think we're going to have to give it a chance in the Gold Conquest chat. We're gonna have to give it a chance at the Gold Conquest. It earned the ticket. All right, Twitch chat's kind of up. Look, I'll even put my finger on the scale in the literal sense. I'll thumbs it up for my account too. 380, 388. 393. Going on, Mason. Second, not only a Saturday stream, but the second Saturday stream in a row. I might regret this. Yeah, I almost left the Galactus deck out, but for the sake of due diligence, I felt obligated to include it. If it gets an Infinity ticket, it deserves to do an Infinity run next week. I guess the demons are gonna go back in my deck. Probably fine though. I could get rid of Adelian. I think I'll just send them back in. I think this is fine. For a professional, the 4-power Carnage will jump left and then be a 6-power Carnage. Alright, the opponent was lucky. Can we be lucky? Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. Okay, they traded 4 for 3. We traded 5 for 3. It's a little bit medium on our side there. My queen? My queen. I might cloak the right to pull the Carnage out of... I might cloak the right to pull the Carnage out of Sinister London and kill it. Yes, Nico's spell only changes at the start of your turn, right? I forget what her original text box is, but I believe she only changes, she has to be in your hand at the start of the turn to change. Already burned their Shang-Chi. The likes on the video did double. We got up to, where are we at? Almost double. We're at 426. Up from 270. So close. I assume the opponent still has no clue what you're playing. To be fair, I don't really have a clue what we're playing either. They're not fully alone. I'm gonna Bucky here. Is that what they Viper this across so I can clean it? I wonder if they're a hazmat build or a man thing build. Probably just man thing. I'm gonna snap them. We have cage of our own. Do I want a demon? I don't know that I want a cloak. Kind of plays for all of them. Namaste. Not in a retreating mood this morning, gamers. Ah, that's super unfortunate. Sucks that Luke Cage is in our bottom three. Striker, thank you for the brand new Prime. I appreciate it. All right, it's been 10 minutes. Did we get to the likes goal? We got about halfway to the goal. So as a treat for those that helped us get halfway, we'll make the channel point cost to post a message in sub-only chat half price for the rest of the day. For I am a benevolent god. Fair and balanced. I think we want to set up our destroy path here, because I'm going to want a Cerebro here, ideally. Well then. This location's so bad for us. Yeah, the person asks about untapped stats and if their play rate impacts things. Most people, like myself, only consider ranks infinite and above when looking at metrics for things. Just for the sake of filtering out some of the noise in the data. It's also worth noting that before infinite, there's a good number of bots that she'll be playing against too. Well, they're snapping Man-Thing on Onslaught Citadel because they just like didn't see Luke Cage. So they think we don't have it. Watch this grab Cerebro. Never fucking lucky in my life. Redrawing Deathlock ain't terrible, honestly. You don't get to know if they're punting the left or not, which is sad. Probably dead here. Don't really see any lines that let us get to where we need to go. So it was just super awkward for it. So we'll snap on one in the next game. Because once you're like 4 to 10 or 4 to 9, you kind of got to like make your move. What are some patch or changes you'd want to see? I would like Kang to get a full redesign, along with Professor X. Okay, this is no longer a Cerebro game. It is a Nimrod on Shuri's Lab game. When I just joined, I saw your hand with 2099 Swordmaster White Queen and assumed it was a District X game. Nope, we put all these cards in our deck on purpose. Because we're a gamer. Hold Luke. I hold Luke close every night, chat. Look at that chiseled jawline. Who couldn't? Oh, you know, I should put Spider-Man in the middle because he's gonna move, right? Yeah, I think it's just this. And I can't play Nico because she can't go into Hellfire Club, and I need this to fill for Nimrod. Imagine staying in for 4 and then losing all 3 paths.
Victory.
Some tasty casserole.
Snap.
Against Cerebro 6, it's shameful. Hey, don't you bag on my Cerebro 6. This is a top 5 Cerebro archetype. That's true. It might even be a top 3 Cerebro archetype. I don't really want to play into Gamma Lab against their Shang-Chi deck. That's pretty frustrating. Guess we're dead. Edge.
Escaped.
This is why you need UA2. You open Spotlight caches or a chance to pull a random series 4 or 5 card. Yep. Always 1 in 4 at the start. Cage will make it so power reductions from the peak go back up, yeah. Actually haven't played against that much Thanos so far today. To snap before showing Cage. No, I don't think you can snap into good locations when you're playing against Thanos. It's one of the strengths the Thanos deck has. Yeah, they also just like have Rogue. Gonna retreat before I show up more cards. I don't know that we're not Cerebro 2.
Escaped.
I, for one, do not welcome our new 18-card overlords. I just want to make it abundantly clear that the reason this archetype that the opponent is playing is problematic is not because of Thanos, but because of the prison elements. It is powerful and busted because turn 4 Professor X is pretty busted. So we'll go Cloak here, Bucky here, and then this will kick up to 6, and then I'll get to pull this over and shoot something. It's about as good of a setup as I could hope for, says local man about to get Professor X'd. We'll build our own 6 power cards, a little grit and ingenuity.
All systems go.
I actually like to draw Hood or Nico here, so I can play them in the middle with Carnage. Yeah, so I get to do this, and now I have 2 6s here, and then I get to close out on the Swordmaster somewhere. Oh, I have priority here, unfortunately. So Spider-Man 29 actually doesn't kill anything if Jeff moves. Edge. Alright, flip me, daddy. And then, because of Atlantis, we actually beat Goliath here, right? With the Winter Soldier. Just a Spectrum. Put those 4 cubes in the bank.
Victory.
Soulstone moving right to your tower crew, Cerebro, so you don't Luke. Nah, they never make that play. They did win the left. We really need a Deathlock or a Carnage here. If we find one, I might snap them. Makes our hand pretty good.
Opponent snapped.
I think I'm leaving. I think it's much easier for them to have a good hand into Subterranea than us.
Escaped.
I think Werewolf by Night is going to be great for Elsa Movers. I don't think that's true. At least not in the current iteration of Elsa Movers. The Elsa Movers deck doesn't really play on reveal cards. Werewolf by Night requires being built around. I'm gonna vibe on playing the Hood because Nico could turn him into cards or a demon here. There's our boy. There's our boy. Boy.
Oh, snap.
Oh, they have 2 stones. Yikes. Hopefully they only make 1 Hulk, and then we can just Spider-Man 2099 it with the cloak. Rip. Wow, and they got rid of my destroy location. Rude. Pogo demons activate. Yeah, basically. I guess. Professor X gamers or something. I'm not quite sure what, but certainly something. So they're at a virtual 8. They're at a virtual 10. This puts me to 18. I think we're good. I leave in. They need a 9-point thing here, which is unlikely into the big house. Yeah, they can't Valkus on the left. Valk's a good one to know that they're playing. Getting to learn that they're playing a Valkyrie without having to pay cubes for it is real nice.
Victory.
It is worth noting our opponent is playing Thanos, but they're playing the Spectrum version of Thanos. And that build is not only less popular, but its metrics are also a bit worse than the Prison build. Still has fine metrics, but fine is where the descriptor stops. Hey, nice, Marky. Thanks for checking out the Best Decks video. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. That is an actual, factual ghost. This opponent is ghosting. Oh man, we even drew the cloak. They have the armor. Sedge.
Opponent snapped.
If I do this and they Professor X the right, it's 10 to 8. They Spectrum. They go up to 14. I only get to 12. I think I have to leave, which is in a bad spot.
Escaped.
To make our move when we're in a more profitable position. I have to assume the Punisher is on the laundry list of cards to eventually get changed. They've mentioned in the past they keep a running tally of cards they want to make adjustments to. They just don't want to make too many at once. You think their last card is Cosmo? Yeah, it's probably a good estimation. When the hub is Time Theater. Well, Time Theater replaces your draw. This was an additional. I guess. Get you that doubles its power for each opposing card. That would definitely be strong. I don't expect Punisher to change text. I think he's one that they could probably just OTA. Like, I think 2-1 Punisher is like a good, compelling card that's like worth playing as a 2-drop in the right metagames.
Clear for takeoff.
Dead again, gamers. We get to move someone over and then play Professor X. Two-one Punisher is basically Lizard sometimes. Yeah, it'd be kind of like an inverse Lizard, right? Like the more they play, the more it builds up. Bar with no name. Bar with no name.
Opponent snapped.
Hey, yeah, calm down.
Escaped.
Our poor Cerebro 6 deck catching strays out here. People geared up for good destroy decks with armors and stuff. Alright, we have to either win this one or win the next two. I'm still learning a question or two for chat. Do you upgrade all your cards regardless of usage? When upgrading, should you go to Ultra or Legendary? The only thing to note about upgrading is that the very first upgrade is half price, going from the white border to the green border. But other than the first upgrade being half price, literally all the other ratios are identical. So just like upgrade cards to whatever rarity you want that like makes you happy essentially. Alright, we'll hope that armor wasn't in the top half of their deck here. How would Iron Lad be in this deck? I think flipping Carnage and Deathlock at random sounds scary. Is there a reason besides the obvious that you started doing sub-only mode for chat? I would be curious what you think the obvious reason is for sub-only mode. Gamers. Alright, yeah, you understand. The primary reason I started doing sub-only mode was because, the discourse surrounding a lot of game balance stuff was coming to a frustrating head for me personally. It's not something I was enjoying. We want to draw not Luke Cage. Perfect.
Victory.
Retreating to Mindscape when you could have Reality Stoned it is, certainly a decision. Gamers, capital G, derogatory. I feel like if there's not a dictionary entry for that, there certainly should be. I'll happily put Bucky into Vormir here. I want to put Nimrod into the Shuri slab. So, like, on one hand, it's a little sad that I can't crack Bucky, but on the other hand, they can't armor Shuri's lab now, which seems phenomenal for us, right? How about if I cloak this into here? That sound good? Sounds good to me. Oh. Oh, I guess this lets them cloak too. This is the real downside to cloak, chat. I always forget. I wasted myself here. Even drew the Deathlock to make the 12 power Nimrod perfect. Don't move. I mean, if they block the Shuri's lab, I'm gonna be kind of in trouble, so I'm moving. Stupid symmetrical card. Used to be broken and only let me do the thing. Oh, they didn't move. Beautiful. Harsh but fair.
I am inevitable.
Lucas! Thank you for the 9 gifted subs. Happy Saturday afternoon to you and yours. It's very generous of you. They get to play Thanos on 5 and 6. Oh, they do, don't they? So there'll be 26 in the middle, which means I need to play for all 3, right? Is this crazy? Call me, baby. Why am I using Swordmaster? Because he has 6 power for my Cerebro. Oh, their Time Stone was supercharged. I was like, how did they get... It's like, how did they get that? Ah, I'm short. Oh, did they get your account back, Lucas? That's great. Yeah, unfortunately, I can only do this at most, right? Is there a way to tell what spell Nico is casting? Yeah, you click on her. Think I had any way to beat this? Alright, it all comes down to this, chat. The sweatiest 9-round gold conquest meta powerhouse Thanos playing against obvious format staple Cerebro 6 down to the wire. The sweating emote ended up so good. They did a good job. Their last card is Valkyrie. So, I'm actually going to Cloak Center, and then these slide into here, and then Cloak is 6 power. Sounds great. And then we could Nimrod into the center next turn and have a 50% chance for Carnage or Deathlock to land there. But I guess if non-Carnage, non-Deathlock lands there, I get in trouble. It's fine. I'm gonna have to risk it for the biscuit, I think. Come the fuck on, game. How on earth do they hit fucking Reality Stone into Wakanda 2 games out of 9? It just isn't fucking fair, chat. Sad, frustrating end to a match. Alright, it's time to run ads anyways, we're dead. I need to run upstairs for a second and do something for my wife really quick while we take a 2-minute break. It'll still be about 2 minutes. If you're looking for something to do in the meantime, be sure to check out my best decks video here. Get you in a little bit. You click on the opponent's card, it cycles through the possible spells. Yeah, when you click on Nico Biwar on the opponent's board, or even yours on your board, it shows the on reveal that she had at the bottom. So you can still click through and see the other spells behind her. But her current text box on the board is there. Is there a replacement for Man-Thing in the Zabu Hawk deck? Not really. You can play like Jessica Jones, but there really isn't another generically good whatever it's called. You can play Killmonger. That's honestly probably not a bad suggestion. There just really is another 4 that fills the same role. All right, let's play. Well, I was about to say let's play a good deck after playing Cerebro 6. And then I remembered in a fever dream last night, I loaded up this Hell Cow Strong Guy deck into my deck editor. So maybe we're not quite ready to play good decks yet. It would be a shame not to at least like try, right? I should try. My body is ready. This is definitely another we're starting in Conquest deck. For all we know, it could be good. Yeah, you know. Who am I to judge? Oh, I do need to play an Elsa deck at some point today too for the weekend missions, right? I guess I could technically do those on Monday as well. Thanks, Jeff. I need an excuse to use the horrible Hell Cow variant I bought. Listen, chat. I not only bought it, I milked it. I mean inked it. So, you know, I'm right there with you.
Opponent snapped.
All right, they're probably sad they lost their Killmonger, but we were going shields up anyways, so. Oh, poor little Venom. Got his chomper stuck. That's pretty good for them. This deck does not have a way to get extra power into the left. Then obviously this is the proving grounds. Don't try this at home, kids. Chavez in your destroy deck. I think I'm looking forward to when they rework this card, not only because I won't feel compelled to play it in things like bounce anymore, but also because I won't have to bicker with gamers about decks that she doesn't belong in anymore. I just can't imagine playing Chavez in your, like, maybe they're not playing Taskmaster, but at a minimum they're playing, like, Null and Death, right?
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Win the coin flip, draw an armor. Win the coin flip, draw an armor. Rip. Rip. Hey, bartender. Thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Happy Saturday. Woo!
Enough said, bub.
And now we can no longer draw armor because we lost priority. We'll do this, and then if we draw Strong Guy, we could Hell Cow Strong Guy to empty our hand. Okay, so they have a 16 power Deadpool and an 8 power Deadpool. Hey, Ghost DeLorean, thanks for the primer, appreciate it. Right on time, Armor. Welcome to the party.
Escaped.
I don't want to concern anyone. I'm starting to develop this inkling my Strong Guy Hell Cow deck might not be very good. The milk might be a little sour. What? Surely not. Don't call me Shirley.
Snap.
For the Marvel Snap Zoomers in the audience, just so you're aware, Strong Guy and Hell Cow were an S tier combo inside of the closed beta. They also both cost half as much energy as they cost in this deck, but the statement stands. Strong Guy and Hell Cow both cost 2, yeah. It's kind of fucked up. Going on, Wiz Dominance. Thank you for re-upping that Prime for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Wave. All right. No one can play any cards this turn. Got it. Got me. Give me 2 Devil Dinos for a nickel, we would say. And they cost 3 because that was the fashion at the time. Yep. Alright, gamers. This looks like a 10 power Strong Guy into a Hell Cow Typhoid Berry final turn. But, don't you call it a comeback now. Cow, don't bother me. Moo cow, don't bother me. Do 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 do. Beep 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 beep. All right, you gotta hang it up when you get casseroled by the Strong Guy deck, right? We're done here. They clearly didn't realize we were gonna get locked out of plays on 3, or maybe they did and they just thought that was okay. Either way, that was good for us.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Is this deck too strong? I am confident Glenn Jones is watching this stream right now, and he is logged into work on a Saturday to adjust Hellcow back down to a 4-6 for Tuesday's patch. He wouldn't dare let this kind of powerhouse go uncontested for weeks. Armor left for the triple protection trifecta. Put a real strong guy over here, gamers. Real strong guy. And then even without Zabu here, I get to fully empty my hand nicely, huh? What's the next biggest thing they have? You think they could beat 18 over here? What beats 18 on the right or 8 on the left? I don't think they can beat us on the sides. That covered. We got that covered thanks to Strong Guy and Hellcow chat. Moo cow. Moo cow.
Victory.
Move over. Is that we're cooking, chat? It smells like beef. When your Evo deck gets 10-0'd in Conquest by Strong Guy Hellcow. To be fair, there's a reason why I didn't cover a single high Evo deck in my best decks video today. There's 13 decks in there and not a single copy of High Evolutionary. His metrics in the current metagame are not stellar.
Oh, snap.
Too much Cage. Yeah, Cage hurts one of the high Evo variations and Mobius hurts the other, right? Because the high Evo variation that didn't care about Cage was a She-Hulk deck. And obviously that's not a thing anymore. Wisdumace, by the way. I think I missed that one. Welcome back. Alright, they have a 5-power blade. Just gonna go ahead and armor up the middle. Not worry about Shang-Chi ruining my day. So the first time since he's released, he's not been in a top decks video. Maybe, I don't remember if he was in my one before this. I don't think he was. Why are you live on YouTube? Twitch changed their policy about people being allowed to stream on multiple platforms. So we're broadcasting on youtube.com Jeff Oakland whenever we're over on the Twitch side. Whoo, doggy. Whoo, I'm a little hot and fucking bothered by that one. I am, there is, whoo, oh, baby. Oh, baby. Shields up, gamers, shields up. After that RNG, we're destined to win this set, right? Can't lose has been declared. Broad would never give me that good of RNG and not have me destined to win the match. Am I zeroing Mary? I think so. Did not need to.
Clear for takeoff.
Don't even have to play the Widow's Bite out, chat. Maybe I'm supposed to because of the lizard, actually. Going either way. Wow! Rip! Super punished. Good to know that they're on Enchantress. Oh, chat! Are they playing the... They're playing the Nico build from... They're playing the Nico build from the Best Text video. They're probably a Hoaglandian. And they gotta go. If you haven't seen it and you want to catch up on what are the decks that are performing best after one of the biggest OTA changes we've had, you're gonna check out that Best Decks video link pinned above chat. Runs you through the 4 most popular decks on the ladder per the Untapped metrics, as well as 7 high performing decks and then 2 pocket picks that I personally have been enjoying. This deck is utterly strong. It's a reasonable assessment. Sure. Oh. Part of the reason I snapped was because we were going to get to Enchantress their Mobius off the table. Sad that we don't get to do that. May or may not play for the center. We'll see.
Clear for takeoff.
are a Loki enjoyer. Man, and because I didn't blade last turn, strong guy doesn't play. Rip. Wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about drawing Luke Cage to offset Mary. That's unfortunate. Sorry, I'm new to strong guy gaming chat. We gotta learn the ins and outs of min-maxing it. I'm just snapping on one because it's late in the season and getting silver tickets is free. I come back and we went from Cerebro 6 to Strong Guy. How is it even possible to lower that bar? Scraping new depths from the pits of what you expect to see in terms of decks is one of our goals here in Oglandia. Well, since I have Mobius and they have Mobius, I'm just going to play for the White Hot Room and not the Raft here. They could also fill the White Hot Room this turn. We'll see, I suppose. Alright, we're opening a top deck Strong Guy here. Zabu. I guess the problem is we're losing the White Hot Room. Alright, we do this. And then we're hoping to top deck armor so we can play for Vormir. They're playing Wave in their Loki deck. That's certainly a choice. I mean, we both have Mobius out, so like whatever, I guess, but it's so weird. I have to play for Vormir because we're losing White Hot Room, unfortunately. No! They have Enchantress to beat our strong guy. We were gonna win the game, chat. They took 2 cards from... They only copied 2 cards from our deck, and they got Enchantress armor. What a lucker. Beast mode! Thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. What's going on, Happy Cappy? Happy Saturday. We'll see if they're going to let us play with old Zabu here for a turn or two.
Oh, snap. Victory.
Opponent has been super conservative about their retreats, even while they're up.
Oh, snap.
Are the copies not variants? No. Hey, thanks, Chicky Chicky. Good to have you here. Am I armoring up? I'm supposed to Mobius to start. I really don't want to commit Zabu to the Baxter building. So we'll play him off to the right. Hopefully Luke Cage rolls off the deck here to make Necrotia less bad for us. There, Nico says, add a copy of the next card that they play. You get the zombie bundle. The zombie bundle is what I refer to as a guilt-free variant bundle. Its ratio of credits to gold is the exact same as if you were buying credits for gold. So if you're someone that does that periodically anyways, you can get it and basically just be a discount. If you want a deeper dive on which bundles are coming up that are going to be good, be sure to check out this link here. Alright, and now they just locate 5 cards. Their odds of finding an Enchantress here are actually quite high. Which makes me a little sad that I played my cage out. Maybe I should have waited on that. Zero this Mary out, just in case Luke isn't long for this world. Oh, yeah, they do have another Loki if they miss. Is a good shout, too. I don't know. Hopefully, if they're fumbling around looking for an Enchantress for my Necrotia, they're going to have a hard time competing in Baxter and Strange Academy. So I'm only up by 9 on the left. What happens if they Chavez here? If they Chavez here... Oh, if they Chavez here, they win because of... No, I already counted the Nebula. If they Chavez here, killing their Luke wins Necrotia. Oh, it does, doesn't it? I was so caught up in... them enchantressing our Luke that I forgot we could do it to theirs.
Victory.
Alright, gamers, and just like that, we're 4-4 against one of the better performing decks in the format. Although, this is a kind of strange variation of Loki. They're playing Forge and Wave. was not the one drop I wanted for Christmas. Ooh. Week stay with them knowing. I mean, they were already all in that. Staying was free for them. I snapped early because we were 2 to 8. And they already hit the draw from this, unfortunately. Vibing on Blade for now. Oh, wow. Probably dead. Such a strong draw from them. Nico is so good. I would not be surprised if Nico draws fewer cards by this time next year. Or by early next year, I guess I should say. It's important we play Mobius this turn before they Loki for 6. Do they ever try and compete in the center? Their Enchantress is down. They have 7 cards left. Mary was our best draw. Yeah. Is this just here? Because they want to compete there because of the Nebula as well, right? I guess they have Jeff that can move around as a bit of a wild card. Oh, they turned off my Mobius. Yeah, we should leave. I completely forgot they were going to unlock their hand. Oh, gosh. I would have beat them if we would have put Blade in the center. I can't believe they competed for the strong guy path. Very close set. They were very good at hitting our Enchantress when they needed it. And still only missed it by that much. Alright, gamers. Honestly, I don't know that I'm convinced I need to put this deck down yet. We're going to take an ad break, and then we're going to stop around with it for at least another set before we move on. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. We're going to play some more Moo Cows when we get back. Don't go anywhere. There are other people out there that made similar bad decisions to me and bought a Hell Cow variant. Need a deck to play it in. It's a very strong cow. It is. Quality strong cow. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button on the live stream. That's a thing. That's a thing over there. Linux on the best deck video, looking good. We're almost 700 people. Press the button on that one. So the people have poked over from the Twitch stream to do that. A huge heifer. Thanks for hanging out, Ender. Hope your workday's not too bad.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Yeah, Rhubarb, the timing's worked out for it nicely. Didn't have other stuff going on. We can zero the blade and then put Mary here. Sounds great. It's a shame we can't zero the Mary and have her stay here as 13. Are they basically just punting the asteroid here then? Basically, right? I just played 12. I just played 12 power for 5 energy. Not bad. Mr. Cage has a little utility as well. Holy shit. Oh, Iron Lad is such a tilting card sometimes. Dead to Goliath. A few other things. Oh, I would have won flipping these. Rip. Had him backwards. Asteroid Emma's super awkward for us there. Yeah, I mean, playing 8s and 10s for 3 energy is like pretty above rate. It feels pretty reasonable, all things considered. Yeah, we only lost the left in large part because the beefed up Iron Lad rolled hard, right? Alright, Nebula lives for danger, gamers. She bobs, and she weaves, and she teds, and she freds. Fucking rude. Let me find a different 2-drop here. That'll do, pig! That'll do. We have Mobius to undo the Iceman. Hopefully we'll draw what's-his-name to undo the Scorpion. I've got one-sided Elysium. Things you love to see. It. Similar to how I talked about, I think they should reduce the frequency of the locations that Luke Cage is gonna do. As much as it pains me to say it, I think Elysium should probably be made more infrequent. I think in a post-Mobius world, this location's just too polarized in a lot of games. This feels weird, but I think it's also right. I think... You can have the Elysium back now. Mom talked to me and said I need to share our toys. I understand.
Wakanda forever.
We talked about this earlier, but I was pouring through all the untapped stats to make the best decks video last night. The Odin decks were resoundingly the decks that had the best the worst stats with the highest play rates. They get very beaten up by anybody interacting with them.
Victory.
Are there any upcoming Spotlight caches you think are must-buy like Mobius or Jeff? No, I don't think there's any new releases coming this year that I expect to have. I think Nico Minoru's probably the biggest impact release coming for the remainder of this year. I would wager in terms of like goes in a lot of decks. I'm waiting for, so we have a patch on Tuesday, and then after the patch on Tuesday, I'm going to do an updated November card review along with December card review. And then I'll look through upcoming Spotlight caches to rank those like I've done in the past as well. They've been updating them recently, so I didn't want to review them like 3 months out when there were going to be multiple patches before them. I know some people like to look at them super far out, but looking at them too far out is a risk of them changing. I mean, Second Dinner doesn't officially comment on anything data mine related, Mawkish, so to answer your question, no, I don't know and nobody else does other than people outside of Second Dinner. It would be really interesting to see if they're going to start doing new card releases in Spotlights the week of Season Pass cards, though. It would be a departure from what we've seen so far. Yeah, I'm looking. Annihilus is definitely the card I'm looking for most forward to playing this year. If you haven't seen him, I do have October and November card review here. Sentry is like my #1 pet card for this card is terrible, but I enjoy playing it. I'm hoping Annihilus can promote him from terrible to serviceable. Mobius generically isn't very good against her deck. I'm gonna turn him into a Hulk. What are the odds they have Shang-Chi in their deck? I believe Sentry can get up to meets expectations on his next annual review. Yeah, I think it's close to 0 as well. I'm going to play for all the Hulks. Our Saturday stream's going to be a regular thing. Probably not. Metrics today are considerably lower than last weekend. And I expect when drops go away altogether, they'll probably fall off even more. If I had to venture a guess. Dead here, unfortunately. Odin just gets us.
Escaped. Oh, snap.
I would love to play Nebula into Wakanda. Thank you for asking. That's a great one to get an extra copy of. I like me some 310s, gamers. Anything else I really need to zero out? I'm gonna zero this Typhoid Berry so I can play for priority better. Obviously, we're gonna Luke Cage at some point, but ideally I want to be going first into some of these turns, I think. Actually pretty annoying. Means I have to commit this turn. And then next turn we'll go Hellcow Blade Cage. Okay, so we're +2 here from Nebula. And then we're +1 from Luke Cage, which means I'm at 15. So I need to put 5 into here. So we'll do... that lets us win here. 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we'll Hellcow the middle. Alright, lovely. Blade Moocow 1-2 punch. Gets our strong guy going. I don't know if this deck is consistently putting out enough points, but the core here honestly feels fine. Our deck is cohesive, at least, right? Like, we've got some solid bigger numbers. We've got that dash of disruption. These are the types of decks that I think the stat adjustment to, like, Elsa and Angela really helped. Because, like, we don't have to compete with nearly as big of numbers as used to in the past. Yeah, we're consistently getting up to 28 in one or more lanes, which is not unreasonable.
Oh, snap.
We post a YouTube highlight with this. Maybe, so we're kind of, and this is one of the things why as a content creator, I'm not a huge fan of the Tuesday to Thursday, like, patch changeover, like OTA to patch, is we're kind of in this weird flux period where I, like, if Tuesday's patch has meaningful changes in it, I kind of can't really post content with anything I've recorded. Like, I need a deck highlight for Monday and Tuesday to post in the mornings, but like, come Wednesday, the format might look drastically different because of how the patch works. Yeah, exactly. Like the time between Nico coming out in the OTA, like I need like a highlight and a half out of there, but it has a really short shelf life, for lack of a better term. Gotta give them some Nebula points and just fill the White Hot Room. Some 18 on the left. Draw Typhoid Berry next turn, ideally. That doesn't matter, I have White Hot Room. I guess it gives them +2 on their Sunspot. This gives me... So they're going to 19, I'm going to 18, 24. I think I have to contest here. Yeah, we're beating Hulk. Why is there no Ghost Rider in this deck? So we're not really discarding cards early. Our discard package in this deck for Hellcow and Blade are to clear our hand at the end of the game to get extra stats on Strong Guy. More so than anything. Sunspot is so good into the cloning vets. Sunspot's a good little communist chat. He shares and shares alike with all of his energy. Can't decide if I want to do this or not. It's either here or here. Might just be here next turn. I'm gonna use my energy.
Oh, snap.
I kind of don't want to play Luke mid because I want to Hell Cow plus Typhoid Berry mid next turn and not necessarily Phil, so I can like threaten to contest this into like a Hulk or something. Insert Spider-Man meme here. New York actually means we don't really get punished for playing super hard into the kiln, because if we go hard and they end up beating us, we can bail afterwards. Because of this deck, I now have a reason to use my Pixel Strong Guy variant. I'm sorry. Or a Mobius Wave deck, Chris. Okay, and that's great. Even if they wave us now, we get to go ahead and moo cow and clean the hand out. Afternoon, Jace. I already have Nico. Should I use a cash to get Phoenix Force or hold it for future weeks? If you have one cash that guarantees you Phoenix Force and you think you'd like playing Phoenix Force, I think that's a really worthwhile use. I think anytime you could guarantee a Series 5 card with a single cash open, that's a good use of your resources. However, you know, variants and all that. Personal preferences. God, they had Jeff to shut down my Nebula, and they waived us, so I can't play this Luke Cage with my Typhoid Mary. That's so sad. Isn't Typhoid risky? Why? I'm adding 6 to the left. Yeah, we're definitely playing Hell Cow. The question is, where am I playing Hell Cow, and am I moving anything to New York? If Dr. Doom would get us. Dr. Doom would tie the left, actually. Oh, the Mary hadn't taken over yet. Fuck me. And if I would have left 2 more here, we would have lost the breaker. stupid wave with our Mobius being on the bottom of the deck won him the game. Would just playing Luke have won? Yes. No? Yes, maybe? I don't know what the strong guy would have been on the left. You have to go back and count. I'm not sure they ever beat us. Like, we've been in games where, like, we have our Mobius, so. Yeah, man, the opener's real nice here. That game was real close, considering they assembled their combo and we didn't have our anti-card. You zero a card out on DC, it does get bigger, which is great. So we'll get to go Luke into 0 into Typhoid Mary as a 13 stat line and DC next turn. This gets zeroed because that was my last play. Fortunate that Nebula is going to largely be wasted here. Afternoon do run. Accurate. World's most accurate summary. It was a New York game. We had lines that won against what their permutations of what they did, but it was all a crapshoot anyways. Accurate. So we need to make sure that we're in a position to play for all 3 locations. That way we beat them just slamming Hulk on the last turn. It's something that's always important in this matchup. Actual best draw in my deck. Like, it feels like there might actually be something here. I know I'm like full cope at this point, but like, this is like what? This is 11, 13. It's like 19 power on the last turn. And we're unlocking a little bit here too. Don't do that, Jeff. Don't give us hope. It's been fun too, yeah. So the core of this deck is similar to the Nico Zero core a little bit that I had in my deck recommendations video today too, right? Is one of my pocket picks. Something that I think is definitely the case is I think Zero with other of these cards is kind of underexplored outside of the Shuri Sauron shell, right? Lord Miller's Gaming, thank you for the almost nice amount of months. I appreciate the 68. Welcome back.
Oh, snap.
Gotta bully a little bit. Ask them if they want to potentially make this their last game. Great, boss. Thanks for the 5 months. I think people talking about adding crossbows to this deck are very silly. Part of the reason why this deck is performing well is because all of our stat lines allow us to play from behind and distribute our power in the final turns in a way that's difficult to predict. And Crossbones very much does not do that. Really kind of need to draw Zabu here so we can make use of these double cows. Yeah, that's basically exactly what the deck is doing, right? Like, we're playing tech cards with good stats is a very apt summary of what's going on. I think we're dead, unfortunately. Time Theater did not do us any favors here. They had 2 Jeffs into a Kunlun. Ha! I mean, they're all in, right? It doesn't beat Doom depending on where their Jeffs go. Put it deep in the tank, trying to make sure they don't lose the strong guy. Feels very spooky on the long tank and to make the play that loses to a different coin flip. I know, again, it's like Silver Conquest, and people probably don't care. But like, it's so hard to think of anything else while they run the rope all the way down and then like make their easy, obvious play. We could Nebula the Vibranium Mines. This is a little greedy. Could bite us. I don't have any of my strong 4s right now. Hey, Rogue, thanks for the 3 months in advance. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Well, now I think we just load her up, right? They have their armor. Rip. I was excited when Rickety Bridge flipped up. I was like, oh, we're deep in the Vibranium Mines. Oh, I don't have Luke Cage. I am a golden god! Worship me!
Opponent snapped.
I'm gonna set up like this, so that way if I spike Enchantress off the top on the 1 in 18, we can go Enchantress into Vibranium. I also don't think I want to show them this. Because I want them to think passing with energy for Cyclops is good for them. I want them to think that that's a winning strategy. Four, 8, 11, 13. Hey, ship it. We've not checked the shop. We're locked in a Conquest match. We'll check the shop and hit an Admiral here in just a minute. This does die to Doctor Doom. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I guess I could play around that. I don't know. Playing around it loses to Hulk mid. It's different 6-drop either way. That's fine. We're not gonna get to check the shop either way, so win-win. Opponent. The only real loss here is the opponent running the rope down every single turn. I'm glad High Evo's not meta anymore, because there's a certain something about the people that play it and the way that they play it. Just always like, is it really this long, the entire turn 6 rope, to play your fucking 20 power Hulk? How many brain cells did this take? It's a sweet ghost. It's a shame she's unplayable. I think she needs, at a minimum, Ghost needs to be a 2-3 so she doesn't die to Killmonger, but honestly, I think she needs a bit of a rework. She's just like, Invisible Woman does what you want Ghost to do, but better. Like the TLDR. I like this White Queen, but she just doesn't see enough play to spend 1,200 gold. Honestly, what I would kind of like to see happen to Ghost is I would like it so if you played her as your first card for the turn and you had priority, it would shift priority mid-turn. I don't even think you'd need to change her text box for that. I think you could leave the text box how it is and just let her just like function differently. I thought that was how she was gonna work initially, and I was a little let down that she had to be on the board for a turn. But that's kind of like how Invisible Woman gets used in spots now, right? Like they'll play Invisible Woman Killmonger on the last turn. Yeah, exactly. So you can like Shang-Chi people when you have priority. As on the last turn, or like Killmonger people when you have priority. That's kind of like what Invisible Woman does, and it would just like let her serve her role better. All right, looks like it's time for a 2-minute break. I think I'm strong cowed out. We're gonna play a different deck when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. And for what it's worth, I don't know, maybe it's not even worth doing that change just because I'm not sure if with that change she's even playable. Like, maybe she's still just bad. It would definitely make her better, but I don't know how much it makes her better. I want to play Elsa in something so we can do the missions. Do I want to do this, or do I want to try the Darkhawk build? I haven't played the Darkhawk build. I played the Darkhawk build since the changes. I think I like Collector over Angela here. If I had OBS crash again. Well, I changed how all of my captures work to work around OBS crashing periodically. The thing that was causing OBS to crash was how Windows or OBS or some combination of that and the drivers was window capturing Snap. So I just capture my entire center desktop now, which is why you can see me move windows and stuff across it periodically, which is less clean, but it means things don't dump anymore, which is preferred. Oh my god, I queued up with the Hellcow deck. My number one feature request for Marvel Snap is when I finish editing a deck in the deck editor, they really need to change it so my deck in the ladder selection and in Conquest is changed to whatever I just finished editing. I can't tell you the number of times that happens, right? Like I finish editing and talking about something and then I click over to actually start playing and it's like, oh, oops. I'm playing the thing I was still playing previously, which I probably didn't want to. What are they doing? They discarded 2099 Wolverine. Oh, are they playing Cerebro 6? I'm snapping them. Our hand's good. I think they're playing Cerebro 6. we didn't have Wolverine in our build of Cerebro 6, but that's a fun idea. Bye, Benz. Thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
Opponent snapped.
That's so funny. We actually have to go, right? Because even if I Enchantress here and here, well, do I? I could win 2 coin flips. No, that doesn't work either. Because it gets rid of my strong guy is the problem. This is only plus 14 here, and 2 6s gets them. And this only puts me to 17 altogether. And they'll have 18 if they play 2 6s.
Escaped.
You're gonna sing Mobius and Jeff. You should definitely get Mobius before you get Jeff. Not close. Alright, gamers. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an afternoon. I appreciate everybody that came out for our Saturday stream. We've been going for about 5.5 hours. So I think that's good enough for me. I'm gonna be taking tomorrow off, and I'll be back on Monday morning. If you haven't done so already, please check out my best decks video over here on the YouTube side. We've got 13 fantastic decks broken down in 14 minutes. Big wide range of stuff competing for best deck in our upcoming format. Right, let's find someone to read here, huh? It's like Hannah is streaming. I'm gonna send you over their way. Check them out. If you're gonna stay on the Twitch side, peace, folks.